Good morning, colleagues of the Resources and Development Committee, and also to our Legislative Services staff. Good morning. Ado Inda Ado, our presenters and our stakeholders from the executive branch employees. Thank you for being here with us this morning. Also the legislative staff that are also present here. I do see some LDAs. Good morning, everyone. Ado, I'd like to call the meeting to order at 10:35 a.m. And Rodney, if you could please take roll call.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call for Resource and Development Committee's regular meeting for Wednesday, May 1st, 2024 at 10 a.m. Roll call. Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna N. Clark. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Ricky Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto Sev. Madam Chair, you have 4 members present, which constitutes a quorum for this regular meeting.
Washington, thank you so much, Rodney. And before we go to invocation, as chair of RDC, I just want to apologize for our late start here this morning. We were at Office of President, Vice President in regards to signing of some legislation. Again, thank you for your understanding and also to our listeners on the call here this morning. So at this time, I'll go ahead and take the lead with prayer here this morning. So if we could just all bow our heads and give our thanks to the great creator up above. Kadosh bien li di benigi bi and hajoba na quinzen. Kudet citizen agone ando belitso gita ahuje badonche be to dizen. Bina nahadi dato kun linigi hinje, linigi hajoba huizen, kun de nebekea ka, not ani bobengi get a hadini, ado kun han, one bad nishibi, ado hik egit, nad nebekea ka kihat enigi, leha ato shata ato, naho konstoyas nijen, konzagon hik egit, na hadlon de. As ango, un belogano kia kalke, ni kedo ade kregate, and linigi di chimpenashi don sondition, adolf dot home linigi, the never Washington jet, and hantas nishigi, lay legislative branch do, executive do, judicial branch, kudat a enterprises da. Adonan lay hajit on nishigi to argent, and hachinish and hande kinegi. Adonana Salah so do kunde lay division of public safety did Salah so pati nishigi do kumpashin large kunglini hami and kundash lai Akui gentleman nishi inigi ado elected officials of Betanki do jigi not ani kunle tatnas and nahos ado kun the tatnas and jim hade nishigi. Kunde benashni don son to shindi benigi bilje lays chinies Hawaii lead on lays twisani dan lige art emiku and then benashni don to shaba ahani kun hashin so boy ani in the has lepo and the has ange ado ashik to klebit eastern lini hate ado in the has kunde dije di benitsu the zeni bilje shaba ahanzi don son to shin hard shin lini is lini betrabahani ska kun lini da got in Liliba, Benashi Dova today send on Sondishin Adon Chinis in the whole Argent Kun Linigi, Kenal Toshi, Benashi do Kunkikea sto, who then Lini Hashin so were Ailsa, Kitchen Benain, the Qui, days and down Kun Linigi, Nasto Nickness, Thornton Lini Arkunan at Adon Sondishin, Ado Kunan Sedan Tai. Kundet kilatit ahi de nishto kia das kito kunhit a de hata dot asin hashine large okota egan ligi namish ni large salado kunachet not ani ni klon e kun liniki ni dato mehet eto e bedana itle kundiyat ero e ya liniki kik enkit nabi bala itle ton son dishna kunde strate no klini kunde shonde adonana kutlo ni heto anat ani ni Ashonda ha Hariadon Hanch Kungini Akui gently the carpet da Jashi ate down the door Kungini Bethins and the cookie the kind now. Chidin ki God be not a being caught Halian, so additional adult out, dog Billini namin ka, Chinese, I think it's so can not kept the Hanay Dato cannot don't need on so, Shindon Hana, Nishiko, Potato. Yeah, none whom the Hana in Adije, but I ain't need to the Zembeki to be distinguished in the night, Thorny, was your not sleep, was your not sleep, was your not sleep, was your not sleep. Okay, I don't see a nothing, not the dog, just station that. Going on to announcements. Kodo as chair of RDC to change auto. Bena Naja Inkinat Ani, Vinigi, President Nigrin, for the RDC Habwakidini, the Adenard Sos, Sabina Aditahi legislation with Ninigi. I need spring session yet, Kodo legislation, Vinigi, 25th Council, again, not sleep. Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, BD Eagle, the United States Department of Agriculture, Farm or Crop Insurance Premium through a Farm Bill, Congress releasing the non-date Quina Hayata, Abika, non-date Kabo, Kinan, Shanade, Eagle, no Hala Peso, the Queen, the meat, I thought in exactly the meat, so $100 million, the net, for Washington, but Chepanaya. Nacha Kuta, Dinigi, Anaso, Nature Kuta, being Hanaj, Bati, no, is not so Sabina, Ahigi, in Habina as me. He signed it into law this morning. Adult Resources and Development Committee, late for the agenda and Nishina, Wednesdays, ladies not because the knife kill. And lay the Mobis kind of Mondays that change it. Yeah, he signed into law as well. He wanted to wait till after 10. A call on Lini Aben Nachashin, a Nasser a Resources and Development Committee. That lately a Mondays at 10 a.m. Kutan, Lini Bahajish, a Title II code amendment if ya Arjako a Shabbat, but no sensification. So Ado I wanted to put out 2 announcements as well. Navajo Nation EPA laid Dida uranium Skena Bahin Tinigit the Nebekaya Ka she is Behas and Doshi Dotsa. US EPA Ajabis Nadish Hait we get the Nebekaya Pakada. Hadda Hagedi Blejo, when that Edo, Gi a Hajo, the Hagedo, no, a good Bahid on Katishina High. A coho, do a large not Ani, Lady Navajo Nation EPA, Stephen at City. There's a new technology, high pressure slurry ablation with Diego, a kota yan Linigi, she kota by Bikayana here. A coho, Kodo Resources and Development Committee, Kidaton, Bikan, no, with this association, Bashin Arjun, Linigi, Kota, Kodon Kitchen, Chibahado. Also, with that, Rodney, if we can put Mr. Stephen at City, and I'll give you the information for Mr. Ashley, who's a tribal liaison with DISA, to be on RDC to give us a report. The next one, we need to also set up a leadership meeting on Rodney for the grazing permit. Kodo Fish and Wildlife with Navajo Nation, Adanda Ajabachit, Ben. Sadaha Atego, Lady Ford studying Abachit in the home. Bay Adet or BIH at the Nadosne. A call Benago Quaggy Hajol Chit at the Need Resources Development Committee, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Miss Deborah Shirley Dole, Mr. Lester Sosichi, Ado Inda from Department of Agriculture, Division of Natural Resources, Fish and Wildlife. Sadahait Anna H. Yago Kodot, net grazing permit, Kajo by Dane Zinigi, Ada had Abba Chitty, Nathan Son, Dishner Corshi, Anaswell Jishol. We can get these parties together, Rodney, with an available time that RDC members have available. And I really think this topic of grazing permit has been prolonged for this long, and we really need to address this issue for our constituents out there. So those are just the announcements that I wanted to make, my colleagues and also to my legislative staff here. I don't know if I have any other members with any announcements at this time. Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members, and folks in the audience, those that are listening as well. Yeah, okay, been on, so just would like to announce that San Juan College Navajo students will be recognized this evening at San Juan College. The students that will be recognized over there have been funded throughout the last few years by PNM, and I'm glad that Mr. Falgren, Kathy, as well as Pete are here today. So just to let you guys know, you're more than welcome to stop by this evening at San Juan College School of Energy. And I had an announcement I'll let you get.
Chair Ness, Honorable Vice Chair.
Good morning, Yate, Bennett. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Just wanted to let everybody know that, yes, on Monday, around 11 a.m., President Nygren signed the No Halt Uranium Transportation legislation 23-24. So he signed that into law yesterday. So I just want to make that announcement to everybody and to the world. Thank you.
Yeah, Vice Chair Johnson, with that legislation, and it's very important for the Navajo Nation. Ado, Mr. Tahi, any announcements? Okay, so with that, I'd like to go ahead and go forward onto item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. I think to this point, everyone knows our clans as members of Resources and Development Committee, and we are familiar with everyone. Again, I will go ahead and bypass this, but again, we do have our presenters here from Navajo Department of Transportation, Mr. Tom Platero and his team from NDOT. We also have the Vertical Bridge representatives here as well. And then we also have PNM company stakeholders here whom were just named. Again, Mr. Tom Falgren, who's the Principal Generation Advisor. We have Kathy Newby, and of course, we do have Pete at City. And then we also have Minerals Department under Division of Natural Resources that is present here as well. So I just wanted to make that known. We do have LDA to Mr. Honorable Chair Ness. Also here, we have Office of Navajo Tax Commission. Of course, we have NTUA, our enterprise here. So it's a with us. We continue, or then Navajo Nation Department of Justice is here. Continuing on to item number 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. So Rodney, at this time, could you please read the agenda into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee, the 25th Navajo Nation Council's regular meeting for Wednesday, May 1st, 2024, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Brenda Jesus, Chairperson. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, Vice Chairperson. Location, Navajo Division of Transportation via telecommunication. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation announcements. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journal, May 24, 2024, regular meeting. 5, receiving reports. A, report from the Division of Transportation and their departments and programs on the K accounts with allocated expenditures and remaining funds which have yet to be spent. B, update report for Vertical Bridge on the inventory of powers and sites audits on the Navajo Nation, projected revenue loss in the Navajo Nation and related matters. Executive session will be required. C, update report from PNM Resources on the company's ownership of Arizona Public Services APS Four Corners Power Plant. D, report from the Department of Minerals on the right-of-way assessment fees and how is it determined. Executive session will be required. 6, old business. 9, 7, new business. Approving off-nominated travel and leadership meeting with the Division of Economic Development, Navajo Nation Department of Justice, Economic and Community Development Unit on matters relating to the Antelope Marina. Executive session for Tuesday, May 7th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Page time near Page, Arizona. B, approving to change the location of the Resource and Development Committee's regular meeting on Wednesday, May 8th, 2024 at 10 a.m. from the Window Rock, Arizona area to Latie chapter near Page, Arizona. 8, close the meeting announcements and adjournment. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read into the record.
Okay, thank you for that, Rodney. May I get a motion to accept the Vice Chair Johnson, and may I get a second? Honorable Otto, members of RDC, do we have any amendments, additions, or deletions? Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. I'd like to motion for amendment 1. And my amendment will be under number 5, receiving reports. I'd like to move C, P&M resources, up to A, because they need to get back to San Juan College to start making their preparations for the student recognitions this afternoon. So I'd like to move them up to A. Thank you.
Fukushi, thank you for that. And we do have amendment number 1, colleagues, to move 5C on the agenda, which will be the new 5A. Do I have a second?
Second.
Honorable Simpson. Members of the committee, do we have any questions on amendment number 1? Vice Chair Johnson?
Yes, I like to add that we either cancel or reschedule new business letter A. I have to get some guidance from my advisor regarding the dates of that meeting.
So just delete it, yeah.
Mr. Ty?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, my recommendation is to delete item A off the agenda, as I would need to work with the Division of Natural Resources Unit, as well as the Division of Economic and Community Development Unit and the Water Rights Unit as well, to set up this meeting.
Fukushi, Honorable Aroso?
I think that if planning still needs to occur, we can simply just delete A and B and bring the meeting back to Winter Rock here. And with the president signing the new RDC meeting day to Monday, that way the Monday morning, our meeting will be here in Winter Rock, so we can just delete. I recommend that we add in A and B, and then the B is then it be subjected to based off of the meeting that will happen when A occurs. So, yeah.
Fukushi, thank you for that, Honorable Aroso. So with that, taking it back to Vice Chair Johnson, it appears that we will be making a modification to Chair Nez's amendment in regards to deleting items, number 7, new business letter A and B that is currently on the agenda. So may I get a concurrence from the motioning party to add delete item letter A and B under new business? Chair Nez. Oh, Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, with the legislation signed moving resources development committees regular meeting from Wednesday to Monday, my recommendation is that we reword 7B, as the Resource and Development Committee already has a scheduled work session on Monday with Navajo Transitional Energy Company out at Navajo Mine headquarters, and scheduling a special meeting to be held either on Tuesday, May 7th or Wednesday, May 8th. And we can start at 9 a.m. in the Wind Rock area. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that's my recommendation.
So, real quickly, members, we did have this discussion earlier. I would prefer bumping that, it's going to be a special RDC meeting now if we're going to do it on a Tuesday or Wednesday, but I prefer Tuesday, May the 7th, to have the special RDC meeting for Tuesday, May the 7th. And it will be here locally or here at NDOT. And that's the recommendation I'd like to put out there. Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. I will concur to delete under new business A, but retain B. When we get to B, we can change the date.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fukushi, I will go ahead and note that. So, pardon?
Change the date and location.
Yeah, so when we get to item B, we just need to also change the location. So just be keep that on your radar, members of the committee. So with that, I do have a concurrence by the motioning party for to amendment number 1. Seconding party, Honorable Simpson, do you concur? Deleting A. Pushing. So with that, we do have amendment number 1. with the report, under reports, item C will be the new letter A. And, also to delete item 7A. So any other questions or amendments, members of the committee? Going once,
Madam Chair,
Chair Ness?
within my amendment, the C,
Mhm.
that also needs to go into executive session.
Oh.
So if we could have that in executive session as well, I would appreciate it.
Ms. Quinn, I'd like to defer this question over to you. It is a request by the motioning party on the update report from P&M Resources to go into executive session. Again, this is going to be going over the financials for the company.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, if that's, given the sensitive nature of whatever PNM is going to present, I mean, if they would like to go into executive session, I think that's at the discretion of the committee. So if you would like to go into executive session, then that's your decision.
Question. So I'm going to go ahead and allow the executive session for the report from P&M Resources on the company's ownership of Arizona Public Service Four Corners Power Plant. So do we have any questions on that, members of the committee? Okay, so with that, I'd like to go ahead and take it to roll call vote on amendment number 1, Rodney.
Madam Chair, members have already seen this a roll call vote for amendment number 1, moving 5C to 5A into executive session and deleting 7A off the agenda. Roll call, Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Ricknez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Pushing, great. So with that, the amendment carries. Going on back to the main motion and approving the agenda. Do we have any additional question, members of the committee? Going once, twice. With that, Rodney, take roll call vote on accepting the agenda.
And Madam Chair, members have already seen this as roll call for reviewing and approving the agenda. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Ricknez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, Rodney, just for the record, I do apologize. Honorable Claw is at a ribbon cutting with Navajo Housing Authority in her perspective from Chinle District. So if we could go ahead and excuse her until she shows up later today. Okay, going on to item 4, reviewing and approving the journals. April 24th, 2024 RDC meeting. Members of the committee, this was emailed out by the legislative staff. So with that, may I get a motion?
Motion.
Honorable Otto, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Simpson. On the journals that were emailed out. Going once, twice. Rodney, can we please take a roll call vote on journals approval?
And Madam Chair, members have already seen this as roll call vote for reviewing and approving the agenda for April 24th, 2024 regular meeting. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Ricknez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay. Okay, going on to item number 5, receiving reports. We are getting an updated report from P&M Resources, again, on the company's ownership of APS Four Corners Power Plant. We do have presenter, Mr. Tom Farin. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, and Ms. Kathy Newby. So motioning party, first I'd like to ask, just how long do you prefer for us to be in executive session to the team from P&M?
Madam Chair.
They said 15 minutes, we'll bump it to half an hour. Okay, so half an hour, 30 minutes, we will go into executive session. So with that, members of the committee, we do,
It was all gonna be an executive session.
yeah. At this time, the individuals that, are going to be in executive session are the, stakeholders with, APS, which is Miss Kathy Newby, Mr. Tom Fargwin, and also Mr. Pete at City. I don't know if you need anyone else from your team, or is that comprises your team? Okay, and then all of the resources and development committee members with our legal counsel and, okay, Mr. Tahi. So, those are the individuals that will go into executive session for 30 minutes. So with that, I do need a motion to go into executive session, colleagues.
Motion, Bill Gitnez, Chair. May I say?
Sure, Chairness.
Thank you. I'd like to motion that we go into executive session for 30 minutes. Also, that since my chapters are, they surround Four Corners Power Plant, and the information that we're going to receive is very important, I'd like to ask my LDA if it's okay, committee members, for her to stay so she can immerse herself in the information that we're going to receive. Thank you.
Mostly.
Yeah, I will acknowledge, your, Pina. Okay, I will acknowledge your request, Chair Nance, for, your LDA, Miss, Siako. April, is that okay?
As long as it's okay, you know.
Okay, they said it's okay. Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor, and again, we're gonna utilize the small conference room here to let them go out these doors once we go in. But I need a second, members of RDC, to go into executive session for 30 minutes. I need a second. Honorable Simpson. So you all can stay here, but I just need the individuals that were called, to go into this small room for executive session for 30 minutes. Oh, I need a roll call vote. I do apologize.
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for entering into an executive session for items 5E. Honorable Shannon, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Bill Gitnez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Addisonville, how do you vote? Honorable Addisonville votes green. Madam Chair, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed. The Madam Chair not voting, enter into executive session at 11.
Okay, so we're going to enter executive session at 11:05, and we will be exiting at 11:35. So again, you're more than welcome to stay. We will be going into a smaller conference room. Thank you to NDOT. Okay, thank you, our colleagues and also P and M for allowing time to go into executive session. So at this time, members of the committee, I'd like to request a motion to exit out of executive session. Vice Chair Johnson and second by Honorable Otto So. So at this time, could we take a roll call vote to exit out of executive session?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for exiting out of the executive session at 11:50. Honorable Shannon Cloudy, vote. Excuse, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Ricknez, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Sadi, vote.
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, there's 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Madam Chair, not voting.
Okay, so with that, motion carries to exit out of executive session. Now, members of the committee may, in regards to the report from P and M, I'd like to get a motion.
Motion. Second.
Honorable Otto Stone, second by Honorable Simpson. Rodney, can we take it to roll call vote to accept the report from P and M Resources?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports, item 5A. Honorable Shannon Cloudy, votes. Excuse, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Ricknez, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Sadi, vote.
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, there's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair, not voting.
Bushy, so thank you for that, members of the committee. Going on to item letter B, report from the Navajo Department of Transportation and their departments and programs on the K accounts with allocated expenditure and remaining funds which have not been spent. We do have Division Director, Mr. Tom Patero, and his team that will be making a report here. And we will allot 20 minutes for your report, Mr. Patero, and should you need more time, just let the committee know prior to your 20-minute report ending. So we will go ahead and yield the floor over to you, and we will be starting at 11:53 a.m.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, we provided a report, but we went on ahead and did all the accounts instead of just the K accounts. One of the things I started, but let me introduce myself first. Tom Patero and Chair, I work with the Navajo Department, Division of Transportation. I was here in 2010 when DOT went from a department to a division. So we worked through that process. And then on January 2011, new administration came in. Then they had a new person running DOT. Since that time, you have Boston Parker run it, Garrett Silversmith, and then for a little while there, Chandler Willie. So I started back here on January 2nd, 2024, back with Navajo DOT. So one of the things that we've been doing, and I'm glad you guys didn't ask for this in February or March, because it took quite a while to get all the financial information back together. So as of today, these reports were run at the end of April. There are 478 accounts that are underneath Navajo DOT. So the very first one is the yellow one. We color coded it for you so we could jump back and forth. So the yellow one, so I'll just jump right into the report, Madam Chair.
Okay.
The first one, these are the accounts that are open for federal highway. I believe that was the main one that you wanted to be interested in. So if you look at the number one, that's K23. The 23 means that was an allocation for fiscal year 23. So each of those, the first two numbers after the K signify the year that those were done. So if you go to 99, you have accounts that are open all the way to 2013. So these are all the projects that are there. So now that we have a running tally of all the accounts that are there, we're going to be setting up a reporting mechanism for each of these accounts so that you can then track each individual project. These projects will then be put onto our website by chapter, by agency, and by state. So if you want to run a report just on Arizona projects, it'll let you do that.
Mhm.
But it won't just be federal highway, it'll be all the projects that are there. So if you want to run say Delegate So wants to run a report for Tuba City, you'll be able to see what's there on there for airports, what's on there for highway safety, what's on there underneath fuel excise tax, what's underneath there underneath citizen.
Mhm.
So these are all the projects that are there. Now, what we're working on now, and we've met with Federal Highway, is these funds are there until they're spent. So it's kind of like the chapter funding, it carries over automatically. So there is no lapse for these. That's why the 13 money are still there. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna set up, like I said, a reporting a homepage for each of these projects, so you can then track all of those projects. From what my understanding is, working with the people that are here, is the majority of these projects are stuck in compliance. So as soon as, well, we kind of knew that coming in. So what we've done is we've hired Anjanette Owens, that's now the manager for the compliance section. Additionally, the deputy that's gonna be starting, the deputy division director will be starting on May 2nd. Her background is environmental. So we'll have two people that are working full-time on actually making sure that we get them out of compliance into design. So part of the meetings that we have, like this one here, this is the schedule that we're doing. One of the things that I wanted to do was to work with now that all of our managers are hired, to hear from all 110 chapters. So we've completed 3 of them, and then we have 5 more. So the consensus that we got back from them is the chapters really like meeting with us.
Mhm.
We purposely did it just for DOT managers this first round. But when we go back in September, we're gonna go on ahead and have the BIA at the table. We're gonna have the county at the table and the state at the table, so that every chapter gets to interact with every transportation entity that works on the Navajo Nation. So, and the other part of this that we want to do is that all the managers are at these meetings. A couple of them have already previous engagements, so we have people sitting in there. What we're gonna do is take the information gathered from these and update the strategic plan for Navajo DOT, reflective of the input from the chapters. So the way I approached it was, you need to hear from your customer and not just assume this is what they want. So that's where the chapters have had a chance to get all of these over. One of the most interesting thing from the 3 that we've done so far has been, we prioritize school bus routes, but we've never prioritized the needs of the senior citizen. Which was like, why did we overlook it? That was one of the things that came out of Delcon was, yeah, it's great that you're trying to serve the school kids, but the senior citizens also have a need to be able to get to appointments, to get to this, to get to services.
Mhm.
So we're gonna start trying to factor that into our data sets that are there. The other thing that we're working on right now is, we did put in a request for eligibility determination for ARPA dollars to establish 11 yards across the Navajo Nation. Road yards.
Mm.
Right now, everything is run out of here. And
Yeah.
Pinyon and Delcon. So if you have to do a project out in Tuba City. The time they leave from there, to the time they get there, we hear from chapters that they don't get here until 10 o'clock or 10:30. On the launch at Graders and Dodge, and then they leave. So we're setting it back up where all of those sites are then gonna be closer to the roads, so that we can begin right at 8. So all of those, we're reshuffling everything around to move them into all of those sites that are there. The other part that we created along with that assessment was, we based all the data on the school bus routes. The data is about 3 years old, so we need to update it. But when we update it on the next round, we're also gonna be working with the Senior Citizen Center to mark these are the routes that are to the senior citizens. Because I think we need to analyze both of them and say, the reason that we're doing those GIS analysis data sets is because we want to say, when we do roads, these are the priority that come first. based on the average daily, people that use the roads. ADA, traffic data. So that's how we're gonna set all of those ones up. Also, the ones that we heard from the chapters are, not all of the roads that need snow removal are paved. You have significant routes that are school bus routes that are off the main grid, that are paved, that are dirt roads, that also need consideration for snow clearances, because those are where the buses run. So that was one of the stuff that we learned from there. But the main thing we wanted to do, since this is my first report to you guys, was this data set. So what we're gonna do is by mid-June or early July, the reporting system for this should all be set up, okay? So right now, underneath the federal highway projects, there are 99 funded projects. Okay, so if you look at the bottom of the yellow page, there's that little box. It says there's 99 federal highway projects, 321 citizen ARPA permanent trust fund and FET projects. And then there's 58. I even gave you the information on administration. So you'll know exactly what's spinning all across all of Navajo DOT. Okay, so this is the yellow one. Now we go to the blue one. The blue one here is basically all your administrative dollars. And again, there's been, if you go to page 2 and you go to, I'm sorry. If you go to number 18 and you see that K16. For your administrative budgets, those are still open all the way to 2016. So what that tells me is that they're not closing out one year and they're jumping to the next budget, starting to use that budget and then jumping to the year after instead of close. Remember, first in, first out, as far as accounting, they don't close out this one to go to the next one. So we are working now with all of the sections to close out all of the old ones and bring everything within a 2-year window. The reason the 2-year window is significant is because we have to leave enough money in here because of the federal government's tendency to not to do continuing resolutions. We still, this is now April, May 1st. We still have not received our 24 money. We're operating on the 23 money. So what that tells me is we have to plan and leave enough in there so that we don't have to shut down operations. So remember how, so now I understand how the BIA maintenance department, when they have to operate underneath the continuing resolution, they only get a certain amount of money. And that certain amount of money only covers their personnel costs. Because we have savings, we're able to continue operations, but we need to bring that in with a 2-year window. So we need to leave enough in there so that we cover at least 6 months of salaries so that that will impact our people working on it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So all of these ones are there. We're gonna be closing all of these ones. My anticipation is by September of this year, most of the older accounts will be closed out. The other part of it is finance, the way it was set up before was all centralized with a few people. It wasn't given out to the individual departments that run those programs. So now that we have program managers, we are already putting down but this is your budget and you work with it the way you need to. We're not gonna micromanage the way you guys use your funding. So they're all working on bringing everything up to date and closing out everything. So again, September is a goal to bring everything within a 2-year window for all of the K projects that are there. So, and then the pink one, this is almost everything else. This is where, if you look at the account numbers that are set there, the C accounts are the fuel excise tax. Remember how I told you I was here in 2010? All the accounts since the beginning of fuel excise tax are still open. So what that tells me is that Navajo DOT never went to close out those accounts, which is very concerning because technically, if you have an account that's still active, anything in that account is still subject to audit. So we have to work with OMB now to close out all the ones that have zero balances. So they come out of the system, so they're not displayed as an active account. So on that one, there is 321 accounts. So when I was here, those ones are still all open. So we have to set all of these ones up. We're gonna be bringing a proposal for you for extension on some of these, but we also have to meet with OMB to close out all the projects that were done, so they're no longer active accounts. So the majority of the 400 accounts are underneath the fuel excise tax projects that are there. So we have some work to do. What we did do is we're recruiting people now to do all of that kind of work, because previously it was just Janelle and Art Daniel that are dealing with it. So Art Daniel now has a senior contract analyst that's gonna be starting on May 20th. And we hired a department manager who was a principal accountant at tax commission office that's gonna help us with the finances as well. So what we're doing is we're setting up systems so that we're able to expend these dollars, but also at the same time create internal control and separation of duties. There were 2 audit findings underneath the KPMG audit that indicated inventory. Inventory was an issue, and the other issue was there's a little section that says over a certain dollar amount, you have to have a dollar estimate. Now, the capital projects, that's the engineer's estimate. But the non-capital projects, you need to have some sort of, say, you want to buy 100 of these desks and it costs $52,000. You need some sort of process that when you go out to bid, that says, this is what we anticipate that's gonna happen. The way the auditors explained it is that process is being amended by the controller so that it applies to all tribal departments that have federal dollars that are there. So that's what we've been doing, is basically a lot of cleanup. The other part of it is we found boxes of unpaid bills. So we're going back through and trying to clean up all of those ones and trying to match them up to, this is the funds that are available to do that. So when I looked at the financial process of how they were doing things, budget was an afterthought of something that you wanted to do. So it's kind of like, oh, we need this pin. So they went and got the pin, and then they're like, okay, what money's available? And then they find an account and charge it off to that. That's why they were operating on a lot of accounts that had zero balances. Then they would do a budget transfer to pay for that transaction to do that. So that tells me that there was no budget planning in that process. Either that or the managers that were there weren't given the opportunity to run the budgets within their own units. So we're gonna fix all of that within the next quarter thing. The other one that we're doing is training. I don't know how to say it without being in trouble. There are certain activities that you can't do using federal dollars, and we've been doing those. So we're gonna go back, and KPMG is providing us a training on May 29th. All the managers are gonna be sitting in there. So some of the things that we've been doing in the past, we're not gonna be able to do. One of the things that we have to work with you guys on is setting up policies and procedures for DOT. One of the big questions that come up is what we have to determine, this is allowable cost under the federal government, and then create policies and procedures, because 90% of our budget comes from federal dollars. So one of the questions that come up is somebody lives out here. And this road is on the inventory. On the outside, when you come off of that inventory to get to the home, that's considered a private road. So we need to work with you guys to establish policies that say, how are we gonna deal with that? If somebody puts in a request to say, so there's it's a whole process. I figure it's gonna take us about a year and a half. So you'll be seeing a lot of us to try to get all of those in place. County Joe, state Joe, yeah. AA policy put in and said, this is how we do things. And that's what we have to fix. And we also have to, once we get those in place, then we have to go through the whole training process with every chapter to say, these are the rules that we abide by. So the way I understand that road that's in somebody's house, during an emergency, we can help, I think, to a certain extent, if it's for a medical purpose or an emergency. But the Echo area, we really can't bother that road. So that's what we have to set down, and we have to do a whole education process with all of the chapter officials that are there. So it's a whole paradigm shift that we're gonna have to do to go from, we don't have any rules to we have a lot of rules that are in place of what we can and cannot do. So that's what I want to let you know. But on these ones, on the federal projects, these ones that, like I said, are there until the money are expended by mid-June, first part of July, before the next council session. We will have reporting mechanisms in place, but you'll be able to track all of those projects. Okay? That's it.
2 minutes, but yeah.
Oh,
Motions?
Thank you, Mr. Patero. I do have a motion by Honorable Chair Nance to accept the report. May I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Otto So. Members of the committee, do we have any questions for Mr. Patero's report that was provided here to us? Honorable Otto So.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know Mr. Patero for your report, and think that I really like the mechanism of how the report has been written down. And over the years, being council, I haven't seen anything written down in this manner. Just basically saying, oh, we got this TPT dollars and we got this and that, and going down to the nitty gritty of what the balances are and where we're at with a lot of these projects. And but nonetheless, I just would like to indicate that on the highway transportation dollars, we really need to make sure that that we are in communication with the federal government, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and Department of Transportation. Changing to the, because these dollars that come down from that is appropriated through the TP, it's a TPT, the nomination that we have. The 5-year plan, those dollars come from the TPT, and particularly come from the Highway Trust Fund. And I'm glad that you did indicate that to the committee that there's no lapse to that. And the reason why I'm indicating this is that up at Tribal Interior Budget Council, a lot of tribal leaders still don't understand this. You have the dollars that come from the Highway Trust Fund, and you have the maintenance dollars that's appropriated in the Tribal Interior Budget Council. So I serve as the co-chair for the Transportation Subcommittee. And they are currently setting up a work session for tribal leadership. And this is at Tribal Interior Budget Council, and that work session is set up so that tribal leadership in their respective standing committees and their transportation committees to attend. And this is where you will have Mr. Leroy Gishi there, making providing the information on what the dollars are used for. What you indicated, federal dollars as they are appropriated, they're only utilized for something. If it's only appropriated for construction and manpower, but you need to buy office supply, you can't buy the office supply. So those mechanisms, Mr. Leroy Gishi and the subcommittee is planning a work session throughout Indian country in different regions. I believe now, November, March, May 25th, the first work session is being planned and it's tentative, but it's in the Great Plains region and maybe in Rapid City, South Dakota. So now in this region, in the Southwest region, they're waiting for input from the Southwest tribes to set up a meeting, but most likely this meeting will occur down in Phoenix at one of the federal training centers that are in place here. I did indicate that maybe we can entertain this work session on Navajo. But they did indicate that they will have tribal leaders coming in from different region and so in this area, you know, just to give you a heads up on that, so that we have direct consultation and communication with our federal aid funding agency. And a lot of these dollars that come out from the Highway Trust Fund is the FET taxes that is collected nationally, as we have our own FET taxes. And that's what's sustaining the Highway Trust Fund for the whole United States. The other is that, you know, we really need, I'm really glad that the mechanism has been changed on the TPT. For years and years, Navajo Nation's TPT has been at a sliding scale. And you had one agency, there's no shun. I think how leadership utilize this is they use it as their own political game. To put projects in their region, and in this case, Resources Development Committee had that authority and put their projects on there. And when you look at the history and look at how TPT was appropriated, you had one agency getting the most. When I came into council, Chinle Agency was at 72 million. And then you had 44 million for Florence, 35 million for Northern Agency, 28 million for Eastern Agency. And then when it came to Western, we only had 13.8 million. And I always indicate, what is the difference here? Maybe we're different by our ears. But these dollars that come down the pipeline from the federal government does not segregate who and who's gonna get a road. And that's the reason why I say this, is that this is how tribal politics played here in Wonder Rock. But I'm glad on the last council, the 24th council RDC approved the 5-year plan. It equally distributed to the agency. And right now, I believe that the number is about 44 million per agency. When you look at the current 5-year plan, that benefits everybody. And even it's really weeded out, and I really like this. How the system is. And it's not fair. These highway dollars come in the name of our roads. And when you just look at funds, I always say this, when leadership gets to Washington, they really stand on their pedestal and say, we're the largest tribe, we need this much money, we have more people than this tribe. But as they come into the boundaries of the Navajo Nation, that advocacy they did on population, they leave it at the reservation boundary line, and they come back and say, my chapter, we need more money. We need more money because we need this. When you look at the nation. Population base again. When not the base man sa ando to there was one statement on council, I want the same standing and funding mechanism I get from as a Shiprock chapter. And I was like, whoa. And when the United States government appropriates money, they utilize a mechanism which has the census data. And I think somewhere we really have to look at that in our own internal policy, but it has to start with you from here to make those changes so that it benefits everybody. Leadership shouldn't be telling you, I want my certain road project to be on the road on this plant. It has to be based off of analysis that happens. So indicate. I seen it with my own eyes, I seen it. And it really puts other agencies in less status of getting their road improvements. And the sheep. And this is how Wonder Rock operated. And that tells you that you have the legislative branch of the standing committee, executive branch, and then the other is that the FET taxes, I know you brought that is the blue sheet, correct? No, the purple, the pink sheet. I think that we really need to go back to the mechanism of how our FET taxes are utilized. Every Navajo citizen, we contribute in a form. Whether it's taken at the pump or it's collected from the field producer that brings in the fuel and they get the money up front. But again, when you go to the gas pump and pay, put in your fuel, that allocation compensation is allocated is compensated inside the current fuel tax prices. I see one of the former delegate indicated, why are we paving chapter house parking lots with these dollars? These dollars should be utilized to pay for archaeological clearances, right-of-way clearances, land surveys, the surveys that have to get these roads to be in compliance to begin right-of-way. But no, we're utilizing it for something else now. I'm sure it's needed. Maybe paving that parking lot. But I think that we really have to come back to the table to look at how these dollars are utilized. And I think that we need to go back to the drawing table and appropriate these dollars to address those areas. Because the chapter houses are trying to find a way to pay for these things. No, Honorable Casey's area, coal mine chapter, they're trying to get the road paved from coal mine down to Loop. And you have FET taxes over here paying for chapter house parking lot. Ajo tenei katna vado ito kato zin indo nanish donda netrio kodeya. That's how leadership proposed the FET taxes. Somewhere we have to amend that, and it has to start with you as a director to make that change. If not, has on Department of Transportation beats not only. Open. And then the other is that, we have road and maintenance dollars that is appropriated through, the Tribal Interior Budget Council. Or which is planned through TIBIC. But it's appropriated in the federal budget. We don't get much, but we get about $600 million, which serves 574 federally recognized tribes. And that's based off of a formula that's distributed out. And the share that we get is a small amount. So when you drive down the road from Burnside to Greasewood, what do you see? Potholes. The Bureau of Indian Affairs, they said, oh, we only got this much money. They did Route 12, they was ordered, they did Hunters Point, they had team. Potholes. Crown Point, you go to Crown Point, the OBIA compound, is this pothole alley. And what I'm getting to is that this is something that we could utilize to pay for, to help, for Navajo to put dollars to, road repairs. Really recommend that you took a seat and you're, analyzing how this, how the financial figures and how you're separating. This position pays a lot of money. And it really makes me disheartening to see that it wasn't well managed. And you have unpaid bills that you're dealing with. And somewhere we have to clean that up to and then I look forward to the new numbers as you clean up the three accounts. But the larger, the main conversation is O&M on the existing roads. We really need to develop a plan. And maybe look at looking within the nation in its minimum set aside to start. Maybe we need to set our own Highway Trust Fund, so that we could pay for road O&M. The federal government only appropriates so much. In the federal law, Congress has in the law, it indicates that 150 million is supposed to be appropriated for O&M for Indian country. But yet Congress only funds about 600 million. And that is disseminated to the 574 federally recognized tribes. And then we have other tribes getting a huge amount of money for road maintenance. And they're including state roads, they're including county roads. But when we submit our numbers, it's only tribal, it's only BIE routes. And I always ask Mr. Keisha, why isn't it that we can't claim the county roads? Come to find out that the county submits their numbers to Washington. So as you had that indication of bringing the county to the table, you really need to bring them to the table. I had a conversation with a person from I think from the root chapter there, indicating that the county was talking about pulling back some state monies or their monies because the nation don't want to engage. And then, but what I'm getting to is that that told me indirectly that the counties get federal dollars And these dollars are meant for, we're county residents too, whether we live in McKinley County, Coconino County, Navajo County, Apache County. We're still county citizens too. And I always say that, I differ with my county supervisors, and they always say, oh, we don't pay taxes. No. That's not the reason why. Like in Tuba City, we have County Island. Everybody don't want that, you know, oh, sales tax, even state sales tax. None of that comes back. We really need to find a way to maximize the relationship with the county and agendas. I mean, I know that there a lot of their dollars is based off of property taxes that they generate. But when we go into Gallup or Holbrook or Flagstaff, and the county tax is assessed in sales tax, in the form of sales tax, and we do contribute. And we really have to have that mechanism. And this is just kids. But I need to have a sit down with you pertaining to the next for the preparation of this work session that's gonna happen, and I really want you to be a part of that, because these funding mechanisms that come down the pipeline, Indian country really don't understand it too. And I co-chaired the transportation subcommittee. And it was like being at a chapter meeting. Walmart road's like this, the state's like this, and this. It was like a chapter meeting. And I was like, and I had a conversation with Fred Gishi and the federal partners, and I said, we need to step back and get a work session together so that tribal leaders understand how the federal dollars come down the pipeline and what is it really for. And then from here, Mr. Carroll, I'm really glad you're reaching out to the chapters and getting this communication out there, because the chapter has been in the dark for years. Again, there's no, you're probably the first division director that was probably out there now, again. And I always say this to my chapter. I shouldn't be there to try to drag in a division director to speak with you. You are an alternative form of government or chapter, any chapter working under Title 26. You call the division director in, you should have that authority. Petition. Not me to bring in, be the middle person to bring in a division director and have a direct consultation with chapter leadership. Because they need to understand the system too. I'm really glad that you're doing this, and the chapters really need this. And not only one, you know, they need follow-ups so that they do understand what the process is. Because just the process of a road to get the clearances takes about 10 years. The types of studies that is needed. And I'm really just thankful that you're there. And continue working with chapter leadership to try to make them get them to understand how the system works. Also, the multi-jurisdictional roads. We go through let's use Window Rock as an example. You go into the administrative area, pushback team. BIA says, oh, that's not mine. BIA, and you know, oh shit, that didn't. Or if it's like NHA, and that was the case in Tuba City, their land withdrawal overlapped a BIA graded road. And they kept saying, no, that's not mine, it's BIA, Till we sorted through the spaghetti noodles and told into NHA, this is your responsibility because your land withdrawal overlaps the road, so you are responsible for it. Even now, we'll go, and that thing is, it's in Cuba, and that exists all over the Navajo Nation. And we have to sort through that spaghetti noodle. It has to begin at the local level to sort through that because people drive. People will say, I buy things at the store, things like that, and buy fuel and things like that. Why is that pothole not being filled? Ako yanda dikki. Nandere ay sa na kanya kade asho ayadaki. Nanik iyadaki. Ako hundishli they asked me. I said, well, I would really like to get INDOT to come to you and bring this issue out in the Department of or the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And I said, you're gonna see. Actually, it's not mine, it's theirs. At the end, chapter, me. Oh, shit, no one doesn't go to the plate and say, it's my road. Shisha king, shisha salato ninda. Ako ko the Bismarck's under other under lady nahi kaho na. Which a team now it house done. I'm just reiterating a comment from my hometown. I have a person named Arnold Bigman, Arnold Big Horse, down at Highway Junction 89 160. That road says it a team you keep on. The show down so turn that he as other in that some now did now none that looks short. I'll get the word to them today. There's a text that came in. I short in. I call but that's only one. That's only one person in that region. But so chat team. Show you team today in the on maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we're not supposed to fix roads. I don't know. If we're not gonna fix it, there'll be need let's get it, let's retrocede this back to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. It's a great move that we put this department under as a division. But at some point, leadership, when do we start looking at possibility giving some of that responsibility back to the Bureau of Indian Affairs?
Yeah.
If we can't grasp this thing by our hands. Resources, and that's the reason why I talk about reformulating the FET budget to just pay for road right of way clearances and to get 10 right of way and O&M. Because whatever we get in maintenance dollars, we can match that up and at least patch up that road there on Route 12. Help patch up the road on the road through Greasewood, or patch up some roads into the city. Oh, you peso do choho eho that they need yeho. They need oh you we can't spend it. And now we have to find a way to execute. Oh, anticipation and but I look forward to having a discussion pertaining to the work session at the federal level. And to get the nation to really understand these dollars that come down the pipeline from the federal government. Used to be a chunk, you know, we will understand the federal dollars. So, allowing me this time. Thank you.
And any other members on the committee? Again, Mr. Patel, thank you for your report and, I don't know how the vetting happens for these applications that are received to NDOT whenever new awards are going to be granted. Again, just as Honorable Arso had mentioned, I would assume that it's based off of the volume of usage. We take N12 and N112. Those roads are safety issues. They're utilized daily by high volume. And that would be another discussion, sitting down, and I don't know when NDOT's gonna call for new proposals. But I'm working on a package because I really think N12 and N112 really needs to be addressed because that is a big safety issue. As a matter of fact, you know, there has been accidents on the road or even tire blowouts for those big potholes. So I understand Honorable Arso's argument. So again, going forward, we'd like to really work with you and hopefully have your team really reassess these. You know, what are allowable projects? What are disallowable projects? I guess would also be the question. So again, we look forward to working with you and thank you for providing an in-depth, you know, report on all of this. And it really gives a general understanding to the members on what projects have been identified and if there's any room for possible reconsideration and redirecting these dollars to other roads that are really need of improvement. So, and then even the operational maintenance aspect of these roads once they're constructed. I don't know what the annual maintenance are on these roads. So again, we look to your leadership for all of this. So I'm going to go ahead and give it back to the floor over to Mr. Patero for any final comments you might want to go ahead and make at this time. Oh, okay, I'll go ahead, Mr. Patero.
Madam Chair, members of the committee. Yes, we have a lot to discuss and yes, we have a lot of ways to go, but I think it's time to update a lot of things and now it's an opportunity. We look forward to working with you. One of the things, we met with BIA last week, Thursday, and one of the things that we really need to communicate to the chapters is when you do the TTIP portion of it, we need to separate a little bit more. This is new construction. And this is the money that we're putting aside to maintain the roads. These roads were built in the 60s and they were designed for a life of 30 years. So 20 some odd years past what the roads were designed for. The other part that we need to work with you on is when we build these roads, like over the weekend when I-40 shut down and all that traffic was rerouted through N12. That's going to impact hugely how that road is going to be in the future. Or when they reroute through Tohachi Lake, or when they reroute anywhere on the Napa Nation, because it started from Ganado, the road that went from Chambers to Ganado, the road that went from Lupton to Winter Rock across, all those. I was in Albuquerque when they were doing the Big I interchange and they routed the traffic through the city streets. All the city streets were tore up after the Big I was constructed. So that's the same thing that we're going to be faced with here. So we need to distinguish how the TTIP money is allocated. So like the N12 ones, those ones are rehab money that's being funded by the TTIP. Then you have the new construction where there wasn't a paved road before. So we need to distinguish between those ones. So it's a process. I'm so happy that you guys are like, we need to have a written process for all of this. So we need to decide how those are going to be. You can actually take 25% of your TTIP money and apply it to maintenance. There's other options that are out there. The problem being is that when you do that, you're taking money from the construction side of it and putting it on this side, which pushes everything out. From what I've been told is BIA's plan is for the upkeep of the roads that are under inventory. Started out as a 5-year, they're now at 30+ years to rehab those routes with the amount that they have. And so just we need to work with you, both your side and my team, all need to understand how these funds are set out. We set when the Southwest technical assistance programs, we had the work session, when we did the opening address there in Twin Arrows. We had a session with Matthew Bird, he's the main guy that runs all the formula stuff. We need to bring that to, I think all of council, not just RDC, because there's misconceptions that this thing can change.
Right.
The inventory is actually frozen, I believe it's 2016.
Yeah.
So even though we have new inventory, it doesn't impact the distribution of that funding. So even though we add on new roads, it doesn't generate any new money. So there's the formula part, there's a catch-all at the end of it, it's in 4 steps. And that last one is an adjustment, where if you go back to your original allocation of the previous year, it puts money back in there. That's how the smaller tribes are able to get a bigger share of it, because of that one adjustment in the final adjust. In the formula, it takes it and said, if you had it at this year, and you do it, so all the increases that are happening, they go back to that side of it. The only one that we really can change is the population, and that's the Nahazga population that's done through NHA. But even that's not gonna have an adjustment, because that's not gonna have much of a change because of that adjustment in the formula. So we'll make sure that we work with Mr. Bird to provide the orientation. But I will work with Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Mr. Tai to schedule that orientation with Federal Highway, because we have to understand all of the formula stuff. But the other one, we also, when we met with BIA, if you look at the quarterly report that BIA submitted during the last council session, they only reported Eastern Navajo Agency maintenance. There was no information on all of the other agencies.
Yep.
I think for $8 million, we need to report on more than one agency.
Exactly.
And what we have to do is we have to take their information, the county information, the state information, our information, and generate an annual report that says, for this money, this is the work that was done this past year. So we have to set up reporting mechanism, not just internal, but external to all of those ones. The other one that you're gonna be hearing from us is all of the electricity, all the lights that are on the Navajo routes, even some of the state routes. Navajo Nation entered into agreements to pay all those utility bills. I have been signing nothing but NTUA bills since I started working here, and it won't stop. Because those invoices go back years. So that's what I mean by we're paying all of those to get those current. So we have to create a mechanism where those recurring costs are budgeted at the beginning of the year, not later on.
Yeah.
So all the street lights that are here, the street lights that are going to be going on 491, all of those are going to be paid out of Navajo DOT. And those are safety indicators. The other one is the schools are now coming to us, wanting us to do safety corridor studies. Ganado Unified School is already on it, and Winter Rock Unified School District is on it. When we were out there, Loop wants to create 2 roundabouts, flashing signs, because apparently somebody is driving 70 to 90 miles an hour through the city of Loop with a school in it, because there are no mechanisms to slow down the traffic. So those are the things that we're beginning to begin to comprehend, and then how do we address all of those? There is safety money out there, but we have to set up a mechanism to get the money in and get it spent. That's the challenge that we have. So what I'm thinking is gonna happen is we're creating all these positions, and you're too top heavy, but to manage all of that money internally without having to really rely on other people is gonna be a challenge. I did take all of your notes down. It is gonna take like all that response again. So I will, I need about 2 more months to get our systems in place. Then we can have those discussions about which do you want to prioritize as far as putting all of these things together. And I do owe Delegate Simpson an apology. He's been trying to get me out to his shop. If you guys need me at a meeting, let me know at least 2 weeks in advance, because I have to reschedule everything around there. So we're trying to do this as much as we can. Mr. Johnson, he rescheduled on me 3 times, but we did finally meet with him. But we are trying to meet with as many delegates as we can, because I think a lot of people are looking for information. They just want to know what we're doing and we need to communicate better with them. I think the number one thing that came out of these chapters is we've got to do a much better job of communicating with chapters than we are right now. Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Terra. Right now, I'd like to yield the floor over to Vice Chair Johnson and the lead chair. Naz, did you have your hand up to speak?
Yeah.
After Vice Chair,
Thank you for your report, Mr. Tom Pizarro. I'm gonna be working on a legislation. I'll be meeting with you sometime in the future regarding bringing NDOT, NECA, BIA, back on board. To tackle all these almost $300 million projects that we got. What, 321? Did you say? And some 478. Yeah, so, and I know when you were here, you left some accounts open, so I look forward to seeing those accounts close. And then the cattle guard, question on the cattle guards, the fencing. I know that there's open range, and I don't agree with open range. And I think all highways, within the right of way need to be fenced off. But allow for a fence to where they can migrate their livestock or their sheep, and so that's something that is very concerning, from the communities that we fence off all highways, due to accidents and on the highway with livestock. So just wanted to bring that to your attention, that I'll bring the documentation and we'll go to meet on that and start looking at drafting legislation to and see that. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Johnson. I don't know, not going on to Chair Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members, not only Mr. Patero, certainly appreciate the report from NDOT. Earlier you talked about there was a lack of policies, and now you're gonna have to put in some policies. So I believe that before you put in these policies, I think I would like to request more road projects that I can push through, if that's okay. Mr. Patero, just looking through this pink and the yellow sheet, yeah. And I see there's not very many projects. There's some projects. You had mentioned BIA in their report. They only had Eastern listed, which is New Mexico. But if you look at these documents here from NDOT, there's there's not as much projects at New Mexico chapters versus Arizona chapters and communities. Oh, Arizona, there's a lot in Arizona and just a few in Utah. So I'm glad that we're gonna try and correct some of these. I always say at a chapter meeting that somewhere on the Navajo Nation, something is getting done. There's a project being completed, there's an improvement being made. 4 of my chapters are right along N36 highway. And I'm glad those roads are being fixed. And I know there was funding that was gonna be a part of the road improvement from 491 to Chaco Wash. And I know that road has been built about 35 years ago. And finally, there's some replacements being done right near San Juan chapter. There's a dangerous area right there. A lot of people have gotten into accidents. This morning, I drove through there, and man, it was just nice and clear, just straight, I could put a level there, and I think it'll be leveled out there. But I was, the community members, they're very thankful when I see them at meetings, and they said, man, that road needed to be fixed. Now, Navajo Nation, NAPI as well as our casino put up some money at the end of N36 and 371 over by Farmington. And I believe that's right at the edge of the border. And New Mexico DOT at the time was gonna really work with NDOT. I talked with former mayor Tom Taylor, who used to be state representative. And I spoke with Representative Montoya as well as Bill Scherer. That we need to have the city somehow put up some money for that road. That section there, like an intersection that needs to be fixed. And that area gets really congested. And I don't know if NDOT has anything to do with that right there. And how we can work with New Mexico DOT to get that fixed. The money was there. Sharon Clutches Chilich, at the time was our state representative when she put up some money. And then when John Pinto was alive, she put up some money. And old hit hard. So I talked to these representatives and we're gonna schedule a meeting sometimes and maybe NDOT can be there at the table as well. So it is about this, don't thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. This time I'll take it over to Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Vice Chair, thank you, members of the RDC, colleagues on staff. Thank you. Yes, we're here. Sure, thank you for your report, appreciate that. And thank you for your hard work in getting this report, just appreciate it, it's very informative. I say, yeah, thank you so much. It's a couple of questions here. I'm just going based on, I know this is Delta's whole area, but I've been assisting him in his chapters to get the N46 and N474 to get the rights we completed. Also, pay a certain, I guess, certain amount of miles. In 474, please 6 or 7, and there's 2 areas here that the appropriation of 2 million and I believe 12 million, 12.7. And see, I think you appreciate that for the appropriation. I think it's about that. But you know, we're still trying to, because being a checkboard area, you know how it's very complex. And this road is going through BLM, a good portion, and there's a lot of land interest land, but a good portion of BLM. That's why we're taking a long time to get basically approved in BLM. But it goes back to all the listings that are here, and some are 0%. And I support the spreadsheet that you gave, especially the yellow one here. It goes back to, I guess, how can the council and RDC help you to, with the inflation? This money that's the spreadsheet before us and the budget was encumbered or actual expenses, balances, and all that stuff. You know, I'll give you a prime example. In the 846 and 474 is talking about. Actually, that in 474, we had enough money to pay that all the way to the existing road. But now we can do it up to 5 or 6 miles. So with inflation, a lot of these roads will be cut back. Because of the inflation. And one time we could build a road with a paved road, maybe I came from 3 inches, 4 inches, at $1 million per mile. And now, it's past Friday, we got information, now it's $3 million per mile. So I believe that we need to request congressional delegates that because of the inflation, we need more money. And we are just going, what monies that we receive, it's not enough anymore. Because of inflation. So Mr. Terrell, I'd like to, maybe you can think about it, how can RDC, how can, nomination council help you to try to secure more money to cover the shortfalls that will be happening in all these projects. So any of these, Kato, any of you, I appreciate that. And on Mr. Nez's request on this N36 and 371, I was hoping that Mr. Nez was informed on this. I believe that email that he come to me, I didn't check who was a part of the email. And, you know, we're pushing that through your NDOT, and I appreciate that, trying to secure additional funding to start this project and to complete it. And with, again, all this means, if this project started back in 2019, but we went through this pandemic and we had enough funding to cover that. That's just another example. This is another example we're talking about, that this E36 or 371 to put traffic light and to fix the highway due to getting very congested at a certain time. Now we're in 2024, the price has increased, I believe, about $1.2 million for this project. So we're very fortunate. We're very fortunate to ask if there's any unspent money. We asked NDOT if there's any completed projects that still have a balance there. So they work that out to give a certain amount. I can't remember the amount. But NDOT is doing the same thing, and I appreciate that. We're just waiting to get the money there's still some small balance that put it together and put it before RDC to get that money. So again, that's the example. That's the example I'm bringing up, is that how can RDC, how can Nomination Council help the Division of Transportation to, this is gonna be all shortfalls. You know, we're gonna have all these projects that are presented to us here. I mean, all the projects presented to us on this yellow sheet, and to me, that we're gonna be shortfall. So Mr. Joe, maybe at our next meeting or something, maybe about how we can RDC and Nomination Council help you to get some additional funding to cover up. It's gonna happen, these shortfalls. And two projects I just mentioned, very shortfall. So, but I'd like to see what we can do with the commission leaders, you know. Not to bash the Congress, you know, they got $95 billion to Ukraine, Israel, certain things. And they tell us they had no money. They had been spending a lot of money across. Well, when it comes to navigation, we're always told we don't have no money. Net project, which was gonna cost about $1.5 billion, seems the technology. We're always told we have no money. But we're sending billions and billions of dollars. Congress sending billions and billions of dollars across the ocean. But when it comes to navigation, we get nothing. We're always told we have no money. So, Shanta, I guess to me, for myself as a member of RDC, I like to offer my assistance into how we can, and my colleagues will be, you know, in support of this. How can we help you to secure additional money for Congress, so to cover the shortfall that we don't receive. Madam Chair and Vice Chair, members of RDC, take us that.
Yeah, Shiaj, Honorable Simpson. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Shadeja Honorable Cloud to introduce herself, and we also have Honorable Delegate Crotty that came in too, so I'll go ahead and allow time to have her introduce herself as well.
Good morning, or good afternoon, sorry. I am Shauna Ann Claw. I'm the delegate for Chinle. My clans are Hoatlan and Nishlin or Twidichi, Abashichin, Kachin, Dashichi, Doki Ani, Dashinala, without Mother, though it's sunshine. And I just want to say good afternoon to everyone. And then also just want to say, excuse me for being tardy today. I was able to join Navajo Housing Authority this morning. So today we celebrate their birthday of May 1st, 1963. They had a ribbon cutting ceremony at Lukachugay, and so they had 20 rental units that were open today. We were joined by the NHA Board President, Ms. Tammy Yazzie, and then also the CEO, Mrs. Heather Duncan at City, as well as several of the NHA staff, and then also Chanela Honorable Carl Slater. And so today we were able to look at these rental units, and there were occupancy for ADA individuals as well as single family households all the way to multi-family households. So it was a good day to represent the RDC committee there, and we are very thankful for the invitation. Tomorrow, they will also be conducting another ribbon cutting ceremony, and that will be at Rock Springs chapter. So we are very thankful for all of our divisions and departments. And then also, I will ask Mr. Patero some questions, but I'll allow Chanela Honorable Crotty to introduce herself as well.
For sure. So it's time, Honorable Craig.
Yeah, thank you, colleagues. It's great to see you. You guys all look well, strong, healthy, rested. So for our audience and those on the line, Sheikh Ani Neshlevel, Viking people, Vashishchini, Deschini, Deshacheto, Irish people, the Chanela, Ho Hatsoi, De Natsha. So I come from Sheep Springs over the Chuskai Mountain, Narbona Pass. I've been on the council, I keep saying this is my 9th year, so it's been the longest 9th year of my life. On the council, I chair the Missing and Murdered Diné Relatives Task Force. So this week is the National Week of Action. And so today we're moving forward with the Badges Act. So colleagues, if you look at legislation, I believe it's 082-24. If not, I'll correct myself, and that's to increase law enforcement activities in Indian country. But we'll need your support at Navigate. I'm also chairing the New Mexico caucus. And so from our meeting today, we have some really great programs and look forward to working with the oversight on some of the challenges that community development, water resources has in expending their New Mexico dollars. And the last thing, I'm on budget and finance, which is always good times. And today we'll have a meeting at 3 p.m. regarding the FRF legislation. And so I'm here, Chair, just to listen, but importantly for Mr. Patero and his team and for the oversight. If you look at our audit last year, there was Department of Transportation federal dollars was identified as a finding because the amount, $250 million sitting there. And so there's a lot of challenges. So we're always looking at what are some of our legislative fixes we can do to help NDOT. And as we're listening to the advocacy for local roads, then maybe this is the best time to start really looking at 5-10-year road plan so that we can help NDOT when they have areas that they're waiting for other programs. Like, what's the accountability? So I see Division Director Salona's here. Like, what's the accountability in natural resources to do some of these permits or reviews that stalls NDOT? So I just want to bring that to the table, or if there's any shortfalls, because we know with inflation and some of the COVID, some of these projects were stalled. And so we are looking at ways on how to support these shortfall projects to move them off of NDOT's book. So appreciate their time. Shut it.
Honorable Crotty for that information. And right now I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Honorable Cloud. You have questions?
Yes, I have. Thank you very much, Jared, and thank you to Mr. Patero. for the update and then also for the information regarding the funding dollars here. And as we heard from Honorable Crotty, there is a stagnant amount of funding that is sitting with the Navajo Nation. And you have been in the position just fairly recently, but I do see that you have organized the information. So I just wanted to ask if we could have this information grouped into either the regions or else by agencies so that it becomes clear cut onto how the funding is distributed. And then when we're talking about equity, I think that one of the key things to remember is, again, it's based on the jurisdiction of the land, and then also some of these are grants, so we look at external funding, so a lot of that falls upon the chapters, different organizations, and how they have been proactive in working with NDOT. And I do agree that, you know, with our RDC as the oversight, a year ago, or 2 years ago, when Mr. Silversmith occupied the position, one of the questions that I did pose to him was if there would be a consideration to develop an enterprise regarding NDOT. And so we hear about the challenges in how they are spending their funds and how they have to wait for business units or how the K counts are used. So one of the, you know, opportunities could be that they create an enterprise so that they could run and use those funds. How that would work, that would probably require a further discussion with the US Department of Transportation. And during that time, I did request for Mr. Silversmith to work with Mr. Orlando Teller, who is also our own from Navajo Nation. But I believe that that opportunity still exists there. And then one of the things that I also wanted to bring up was last year I was able to attend the US Department of Transportation conference, and during that time, there was also other indigenous tribes like those of Alaska natives, and they were also using innovative ways to build bridges. They showcase the different models that they were working with their corporations as well as other companies that are really gearing towards working with the roads in rural America. So as we know, in Alaska, they have the permafrost, they have the thawing, which you know leads to a lot of the flooding. So some of those things that they were doing were laying almost like a riprap, but it was using when we think about like our milk cartons, you know, I think that many of our Masanas and our Chays, they're really innovative and they use that milk carton and they start creating a path. And so that's what a lot of these companies have done out in Alaska. They've actually used those recycled materials to actually create paths so that, you know, villages can connect with one another in using that. So, you know, it just makes me think about here on the Navajo Nation, why we are always waiting for someone to do the work for us. But I believe that we have engineers and young people that are, you know, really learning about that. They're using coding to create new systems of transportation. And then also just thinking about our equipment, you know, one of the things I think we do need to consider is buying snowcats for NDOT so that they're not waiting on the counties to create those deliverables of the equipment. But if we can consider that, and I know Budget and Finance is looking to that when we're talking about exhausting ARPA. So those are just some things that I wanted to mention here. And I know the NDOT is always busy. Right now, we also had the recent incident with the train derailment that affected the Navajo Nation. During that time, Friday evening, I was traveling back to Chinle and I was on 264. And the amount of traffic that came through the Navajo Nation was quite overwhelming to see those semis semis driving so fast, and during that time, it was also raining and our road conditions were not well to where we have widened paths, but I think that we do have to think about those times of emergencies and how our roads will also hold up to those types of traffic. So right now, I think even with that, we have potholes now, which have become a little more deeper, just because of the weight capacity of those semis. So I think that even that, when we have emergency situations like that, how do we reach out to US Department of Transportation to ask for some of that funding? Because that traffic was detoured onto Navajo Nation. How do we use that, incident to create an opportunity where Navajo Nation can ask for more millings, or either, ask them to help with the pothole repairs, since we were able to accommodate, the travel. During that time, I think also, and I don't know if it would fall on NDOT, but one of the things I saw that was direly lacking was communication with law enforcement. So again, that particular night, there were these semis. Of course, we know they're non-natives that are driving those vehicles. And so I was afraid that there was going to be another accident with the semis, or even our local pedestrians, because they don't, they're not used to that type of traffic. And when we go out on the roads, we see Che and my son, and they're driving really slow, especially on evening hours, or low light, low visibility. And so I think that we have to create a system where we're able to notify either the county sheriffs or even our own Navajo Nation PD. And so for myself, I went ahead and called to the Navajo Nation Police Department, and I just asked and requested for a safety check or either a speed check, so that when these semis were going through, the officer could do like flashing lights just to kind of slow down the traffic. So these are some of the things that we as Navajo Nation legislators and also departments and divisions need to consider of how we're gonna best use our resources. So even like flashing signs, slow down, pedestrian walkways, and even our striping, all of that needs to be redone. But how do we help Mr. Quintero and his staff? Because I did see NDOT workers driving back real late at night. Sometimes we leave here from Window Rock about 7, and when I'm driving back, I see their workers driving back in. And so just creating that atmosphere where they're able to recuperate, where they're ready to rest. And I know that, we have these high demands across the Navajo Nation, but I'm just so thankful for the leadership here, for the beautiful building that we occupy. Each and every time we have a meeting, it does come from that place of which we are requesting for, services for our people. So I just wanted to add that, Madam Chair, and I'll turn the microphone back over to you if you have.
Kochi, thank you, Honorable Claw. This time I'd like to go ahead and move the floor back over to Mr. Quintero for final comments.
Madam Chair, member of the committee, the Navajo Nation contracted for the construction piece. So BIA, when we met with them on Thursday, they were like, you guys have the construction dollars, you asked for it, you guys run it. So on the NECA portion of it, we do, from the audit portion of it, or the review of the federal highway agreement with the Navajo Nation, there's a section on open and competitive bidding. And that's where it kind of contradicts the Navajo Nation law. Because when you have the preference side of it, particularly when the bidding is on the engineer estimated costs, right now, under business regulatory, we're not allowed to open the non-1 and 2s. And we need to change that rule for road projects.
Yeah.
So the business regulatory's interpretation is the preference of preference policy is you open the one, then the 2,
Yes.
you don't open the non-ones.
Okay.
But our agreement with the federal government says it's open and competitive bidding. And then when the estimate is done, it's an engineer's estimate. So that's where we have to make an adjustment on ours. So I did let economic development know, I did let DOJ know. So we'll probably be working on getting a legislation to fix that portion of it as well. For transportation projects, you have in the awarding process, federal highway, remember when we were sitting there, that was a question that I asked Madam Chair? That you can add additional points in for the preference company, but you can't not open the other ones that are non-Navajo to meet the requirements of the engineer's estimate. So that's the part that we have to go back on. The other part of it is because it's a federal highway funded project, NECA has to meet the bonding requirements to cover all their projects. So if you award them 200 million and you awarded them 150 million, remember for the bathroom addition? And you award them another 100 million, that means they have to have a bonding capacity of 350 million. In case something catastrophic happens to cover all of those ones. So that bonding question came out because of what I heard, and I'm not part of FRF anymore, I got my divorce, so. I moved on, but there's a section of it where they waived the bonding thing underneath that side of it. My question then is, that's federal dollars as well.
Yeah.
So you get it? So
Yeah.
the rules have to apply across the board. So you might want to check into that. The other one is the cattle guard and the fencing. Navajo DOT just did a project where they put up fencing. The community members cut down all of the fencing. Because what they want to do is move it from their animals from this side to that side with the gate things, but they cut all of those ones down. So that was the one that we got from the Delcom meeting, is you guys need to tell the community, like, so even though you put those ones up, that's what happened. The other one is when I was here the last time, Indian Wells, we did the fencing for it. And so we're like, the cost of one of those cattle guards is probably $4,000 or $5,000 now. So what the families were like is, here's one family. We're gonna give you one cattle guard, like, no. I want a cattle guard here, here, and here. Because when I'm going to town, this is the road that I use. When I'm visiting my cousin across the road, this is the road that I use. And when I'm going to the trading post, I need this cattle guard over here because that's the road that I take because it's a shortcut. So that's the difficulty of it. And so when you, from a user standpoint, you want to provide all of those, but community data, yeah, they have their own preferences and stuff without really being aware that each one of those is about 5,000 a pop. So you take your project just to install the cattle, just the material of the cattle guard itself, you went now from a 5,000 expense to a 15,000, though you triple your cost just because of the local preferences. And that's where the policies need to come into place to say, this is the Navajo Nation deed. Nikki, when you guys approve policy, yeah. So that's the part that we need to work on. As far as the, we will break down the information on that. And the other part of it is all these appropriations were made before I got here. So just letting you know, the N36 and 361, we did identify savings to do the match that was requested. We just have to run it through the 164 before we do the legislation. So there's an old executive order that was still out there. I believe it was from Ben Shelley Day that says if an executive branch, department, or division is going to introduce a legislation, it has to go through that review first before you introduce it on the other side. So that's where when I was at the other office, when I was at legislative, my question to executive is, we need a reconciliation of all the executive orders that are there, because executive orders exist until they're rescinded. So even though a president from a long time ago issued that executive order, technically it's still in place the way I understand it. I may be wrong, but those are the rules. So once a rule is created, stay there. It's just like the same way the Emergency Management Commission, when they declare an emergency, There's no mechanism in in the way that emergency management does it. Dequigent emergency there. So remember the flooding that we did, 5, 6 years ago? Remember there was an emergency declared, then it still exists. The only one that Emergency Management Commission ever undeclared was the COVID one, because inside the legislation that you guys passed said that the follow-up meetings is in existence until it's undeclared or it's removed by Navigatia. So all the emergencies that Emergency Management Commission have declared ever are actually still all active. So the drought from 12 years ago, those emergency declarations are actually still active because they've never been closed out. So usually on the other side, when they declare an emergency, it's for a certain amount of time, yeah. It doesn't end, so it technically just keeps going. So on that one, we'll do that one. I will check on the Plachas Chilich funding thing and let you know where that is. On the per square mile, right now it's sitting at 4 million. 4 million a month, depending on your location, okay? You gotta remember, we import everything. We
Yes.
import gravel, we import dirt, we import water, depending on where the project is. So the more that the location is away from those sources, the higher it costs to do that project. Like the N36 project, all that material probably coming from over the hill from Farmington, yeah. But if the project is in Chinle, those materials probably came from Utah. Remember the Navajo Nation worked on the Indian Wells, that gravel pit there. But what I'm hearing back is the cost is still cheaper to buy off the reservation than it is to buy it from the Navajo Nation owned one, because the markup on it's too high. So that's where when you go out to bid on the materials, we own it, but we're charging so much on it that it's still cheaper to buy off the reservation from that location that's there. So just so you're aware, the deputy that's starting on May 20th, her primary function is gonna be to develop aggregate gravel pits across the Navajo Nation. So that will hopefully bring our price down back to the 3 million that we were at pre-COVID, okay? That one is going on again, Delegate Plow, we will break down information in the requested amount on the enterprise for Navajo DOT. I would need a little bit more time to give you an answer on that. It has its advantages and disadvantages. I think we need some sort of process that prioritizes the need. That's one of the things that was, we're going out to the chapters, we're saying prioritize your need, because we can't do everything that you want. So that we at least address the top need of each community. When we do those listing things of this is what we need to do, they should be prioritized to say these are coming there. So the worksheet that we've been presenting to you have that? The slide that we're presenting to the chapters on the cost that we shared with them is, this is the breakdown, average daily traffic. If it's less than 100, then it should be only a bladed dirt road. If it's 100 to 249 per day, remember this is every day, then it should be a stabilized soil. Okay, the bladed road is about $1,000 a mile. The 100 to 249 average daily traffic should be a stabilized soil, which is 80,000 per mile. Now, 250 to 499 average daily traffic is gravel and soil stabilization. That's $120,000 a mile. Now, 500 to 99 is double chip seal with gravel. That's 400,000 a mile. So then you go back to greater than 1,000, that's asphalt paving, that's 4 million a mile.
Yeah.
So that's the cost that we're using to estimate for the, and yes, ma'am, materials to the T.
Yes, thank you.
So that's the breakdown of it. The reality of it is post-COVID, all of those costs went up by about 33%. And the other portion of it is when we're doing these project things, we need to put contingency in, because by the time we start it, planning it to the time we're implementing it, those costs go up every month.
Yep.
So the other part of it is we gotta we gotta work with you to understand the phases of a project. I know Madam Chair knows her part of it, but we need to get all the delegates, all the chapter officials to understand that you have your planning phase, you have your compliance phase, then you have your design phase, then you have your construction phase, and then you have the maintenance phase of it after all of that is done. So we've got a lot of work to do on our end to try to work with all of those. And then as far as delegate parties, on the audit finding, I covered that, the 2 findings that we have. Just so you're aware, to decrease the time to get those compliances through, we have been in talks with Federal Highway for us to enter into a Federal Highway Navajo Nation agreement to process our NEPAs for non-BIA routes, which will make it a lot faster. It will also open it up for ability for us to work on categorical exclusions for certain projects instead of doing all of those ones in there. And that was where, when we sat in on the meeting with BIA on Thursday, when Regional Director Shirley and Mr. Herbie Larson were like, you guys are in charge of construction, you decide where you do that. And I said, remember, you guys said we have the ability to do the construction part of it. We're going after Federal Highway to get into an agreement to process our NEPA. So I wish I had recorded that, but those are the steps that we're trying to be to decrease the time that it takes to get the compliance documents to get to the design stage. So a lot of that, and we have to work back through our internal side, working with Mr. Halona to get all of those things in so that we create a mechanism to do it. We have a draft agreement thing, but we still have to run that through our legal, work out the logistics of it, and then try to enter into that agreement thing. The other part, I mentioned the maintenance yards. I think that's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
The question? Yeah, there is some great dialogue, and again, thank you, Mr. Patero, for your leadership in having to go back and readdress a lot of these projects that need proper closeout. And also with some of the recommendations that were made here this afternoon by my colleagues, I appreciate it. So again, when it comes to an audit finding, I really would like to, since we have oversight over some of the divisions with the Navajo Nation government, we'd like our divisions to be in good standing. So at a later time, if you feel like, and we would prefer to get a report from you in regards to the audit and just where it's at right now. And I don't know if there was a corrective action plan that was already in place, I'm not sure. And see when NDOT can be getting off of that audit finding and not recommended for sanction. Now, the other part is, again, we look to your leadership as to when, and please reach out to Rodney to schedule that, because I know a lot of the concern when we met with Federal Highway Administration upon your invite was the NEPA issue, where it is a big hindrance and it prolongs the process for a lot of these projects to even be built out. And I'm glad that, you know, you're taking that initiative to be proactive in addressing that agreement with Federal Highway Administration, as we know the need is there. And how do we get all of these projects addressed? So maybe that is an area that we need to look at, and maybe try to get these projects built up before we start soliciting for other projects. But I know there are needs in some communities as well. So and we'd like to go ahead and continue going forward, working with your leadership, Mr. Patero. Yeah. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the time over to get a roll call. Vice Chair.
Just like to thank Mr. Patero for his all his documentation in his presentation. Just like to ask one last question, your schedule, you know, that you're sending out. You work 4 days a week, or what's your real schedule?
24/7.
24/7, 7 days a week, or?
Mr. Patero.
Chair, the schedule I sent out was the first time. When I started the job, I went 13 days without a day off when I first started. And a lot of the stuff was administrative, but now we hire people. And so we've hired people, so some of that is being transferred over to them. I took this last Friday and Monday off because it was my birthday. I'm an old man now, I'm 59, so I took a couple of days off.
Happy birthday.
But my schedule, my day starts around 5:30 when I start texting people, returning calls and email, and ends about 8:30 at night. When I'm still texting and returning calls, and when I'm on the road, I'm usually on teleconference call. So it's pretty much open. A lot of it right now, the reason that my schedule is so heavy with meetings is a lot of people want to meet and discuss where our vision is, where we want to go with all of this. So, and then it's kind of expected, we want the director there, so we are meeting a lot with the counties. We're trying to update all of the intergovernmental agreements that are there, and there's a cost associated with those. We're trying to reconcile who does what as far as maintenance, so that we can factor that in to the location of these in there, because we're also trying to get information from VIA, because they also contract with the counties. So we have to factor that in of all of those ones that are there. So it's but I love my job. I love it. I'm having such a great time. Thanks.
Honorable Arroso.
And, Terrell. Give you a whole new name. When he was at legislative, would always run into the arm, Terrell, but, no, the understanding of these accounts and the process is something that is needed. And basically one-on-one session. That way it's brought down to leadership so that they, like, as for resource development, we understand, you know, how the process is practiced here on Navajo. And when things are out of your hands. And because you just look at you know, say for instance, if it's a road that belongs to the county and they'll say, oh, it's a Navajo Nation road. You know, that public education is not there at the local level for, you know, the chapter to understand. The chapter should be able to convey that to at the local level, or what roads are belongs to what jurisdiction is as a 101. And then the other is that, I guess, as regional, you know, or agency. I think that's another route to go, so that you guys can break down information based off of the delegate region and have a agency, like a caucus meeting with the delegates, so that it's just geared to them and they know what roads is in their area, what belongs to county, who does own, and they have a sense to say, hey, or the NHA, this is an NHA land withdrawal, it's on them. They're supposed to maintain it. There is a conversation of O&M on that happened within an NHA area, and I just indicated that's NHA's responsibility, not the Navajo Nation. But the conversation went forth, and still they said, no, it's the Navajo Nation's responsibility. A couple, even I think we really have to carefully look at land withdrawals. When NHA, the schools come to Navajo for land withdrawal, we got to make sure that they own up to those access roads that they claim within their jurisdiction in that land withdrawal. And in Nike, they're coming back to say, hey, we don't have enough monies. And that's what I brought up with Department of Education too, BIE activity. Where how does BIE help with road maintenance? on BIE within the BIE compound, because a lot of the major road system in our communities, we have parents, people taking those routes, whether they're dropping their child off or going to the next, to the other road to access another area. But what I'm getting to is that to BIE, you should have some sort of transportation budget to cover O&M issues within your school jurisdiction. And Mr. Tony Gehrman, the BIE director, indicated that we have to have a conversation O&M on maintaining roads on BIE jurisdiction. That those monies don't exist, meaning that they can't even appropriate monies for that purpose. But the board can move to elect to, because at the end of the year, if they have carryovers, their monies don't lapse back to the federal government. They're able to utilize it at where they want to. But I told them, I said, but the schools usually infuse it into like bonuses and things like that for the teachers. I do support that and staff. But I said, if their road is crumbling, they really need to make own up to maintaining their own roads in their area. Then that leads to policy, Navajo policy. And I think that as the director for transportation, we have to develop that so that we make sure that those entities that do and request for land withdrawal are responsible for those roads within their land withdrawal. And then the other is that when land withdrawal happen, usually they don't tell the agency, like the Tuba City, NHA withdrew land on a BIA right of way. BIA or assumed right of way. It's not a right of way. It's an assumed right of way that was developed because of the school bus route. And they just withdrew over, and at the end of they're pointing their fingers at each other, and at the end of the day, it actually belonged to NHA. And NHA had to cover the cost to repair 1,350 feet of highway of roads. And now they still have another 1,350 feet to actually repair again, because that's how far the potholes are going again within their current land withdrawals. And this covers the whole Navajo Nation. Delegates, you have NHA land withdrawals out there, and you have your constituents asking you about those potholes within the NHA compounds. You know, how can we hold NHA responsible for it? They have a lot of money that they have not down drawn. And if it's a policy change that we need to help with, I think that we can, in the advocacy at the national level, we have to have that conversation with them, because once it's within their jurisdiction, they're responsible. Oh, up in machine. That's all, yeah.
Honorable, so, again, you know, these are going forward collective dialogues that we would need to have to bring these parties in. And as Honorable Vice Chair had mentioned, he wants to bring NECA, BIA, and NDOT back together, together a drawing table to really understand and learn who gets to come in and maintenance or service these roads and whatnot. Because right now with Bureau of Indian Affairs, it's been very questionable, and oftentimes I think they just point their fingers to NDOT. So that would be future dialogue, though, even with NHA, to hold them accountable for what we call the substandard living condition. And I'm just working closely with the Board of Commissioners and the CEO. I think those types of projects would be attainable within these subdivisions. I'd like to go ahead and take it to roll call vote on receiving report from NDOT.
Madam Chair, members, I've already seen this as roll call vote. We're receiving reports, item 5, Honorable Shannon Cloud, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate recognized, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Great.
Honorable Otto votes green, Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so that motion carries to accept the report. And again, thank you, Mr. Patero, to you and your team. Thank you for the hard work that you're all doing and continue to meet the infrastructure and transportation needs across Navajo. Yeah. Going on to item letter C, update report from Vertical Bridge on the inventory of towers and site audits on the Navajo Nation, projected revenue loss to the Navajo Nation and related matters. Again, colleagues, this requires executive session. We do have presenter Mr. Jim McLaughlin, who is the Senior Vice President of Real Estate of Vertical Bridge, present here. So at this time, I would like to go ahead and ask Mr. McLaughlin just the amount of time you would prefer to give your report to RDC, the length of time you think you need executive session. 30 minutes. We'll go ahead and allow an hour. 1 hour. And then the individuals that I'd like to request to stay in attendance for the executive session is the Navajo Nation department stakeholders. This would require Mr. Mike Colonna, who's Director of Division of Natural Resources. We also have Etty Anderson Abasta, who is Department Manager for General Land Development Department. Mr. Tico Charlie, who's the Executive Director for Navajo Nation Broadband, and Ms. Rowena Chermaya, who is the Director for the Minerals Department. And then okay. And I believe those are the individuals from the audience, and who else? Okay, yeah. The representatives from Vertical Bridge and members of Resources Development Committee, along with our legal counsel and our legislative staff. So since this requires a bigger room for conversation, I'd like to kindly request the other individuals to leave this room, as we will be in executive session for 1 hour. And because the executive boardroom next door is pretty small for the crowd that we're going to have for this executive session. So members of Resources Development Committee, again, we're going to be in executive session for 1 hour. Well, so I need a motion at this time.
Motion.
Honorable Claude, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Otto So. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and take it to roll call votes, go to executive session.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for entering into executive session for items 5C on receiving reports. Honorable Shauna, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna votes green. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate recognized, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? He's excused. Danny Simpson, Honorable Danny Simpson excused. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the Madam Chair not voting.
Ricochet, so we have motion carries to go into executive session for 1 hour. And we did name individuals, so if we could kindly have the other individuals leave this room, because this room will accommodate the number of people we would are requested.
Sure. I could have see you.
Pushing, so again, thank you colleagues and thank you to Vertical Bridge and General Land Development Department Minerals, DNR, and also to Navajo Nation Broadband Office. At this time, colleagues, I'd like to get a motion to exit out of executive session.
Motion.
Okay, Honorable Chair Nez and second by Honorable Otto. And it's time to take it to roll call vote to exit out of executive session, Rodney.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for exiting out of executive session for receiving reports by C. Honorable Shannon Cloudy, vote.
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Olga recognizes votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny says, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Great.
Honorable Otto votes green, Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, we exit out of executive session. Now going back to the main motion to accept the report from Vertical Bridge. May I get a motion? Honorable Chair Nez, and may I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson? And if we could take it to roll call vote to accept the report.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports, item 5C. Honorable Shannon Cloudy, vote.
Red.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes red. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes red.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Olga recognizes votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny says, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Great.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 2 in favor, 2 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting. It's just-
Okay. With that, so it doesn't carry, the motion doesn't carry. So, at this time, motion doesn't carry to accept the report from Vertical Bridge. Going on to item letter D, report from the Department of Minerals on the right-of-way assessment fees. Honorable Otto, what is your point of order?
You have a tie vote. And as chair, you have to move forward to break the tie. Whether it's green or red, so that's the role of the chair, that's the reason why you don't vote on it, but when it comes to the tie, you vote. So I just ask you to do your vote, thank you. For the report.
Okay, thank you for that, Shiaj, Honorable Otto. So let me verify, because I thought that was just for legislations. Hold on. Those red experience. Okay, so thank you, Shiad, Honorable also for bringing that up. So to prevent from holding up this meeting, I'd like to go ahead, since we do have two that voted red, not, red for accepting report from Vertical Bridge, we got two voting for in favor, and as Chair of Resources and Development Committee, I'd like to go ahead and vote green on the report that was given by Vertical Bridge. Rodney?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, on receiving reports 5C, their vote is 3 in favor, 2 opposed, and Madam Chair voting in favor.
Bushy? That was a new one, thank you. Okay, going on to item letter D, report from the Department of Minerals on the right-of-way assessment fees and how it's determined. And again, this was at a request of a prior meeting, so this is going to require executive session again. So I look to Minerals Department, just how long would you prefer to be in executive session with the information that you have to cover here today?
30 minutes.
Okay, we'll make it 45 minutes for questions and whatnot. So, okay. Okay, then, shake his hand. You just need to stay in here. Okay, so with that, 45 minutes for executive session, and in terms of who will be present for the executive session would be members of the committee, legislative staff with our legal counsel, minerals, we got DNR Division Director, and I'd like to, Rebecca, and also GLAD, because GLAD is the department under Navajo Nation that issues the letter to the client per consultation with the Minerals Department. So we'll have Department Manager Ms. Etty Anderson Bassett to be present. Vice Chair?
Yeah, I just want to ask Mr. Lona, Mr. Byron Mitsui, Land Manager. He's out today. Okay. Okay.
But you will convey the message to him, right, in regards to discussion today, Kokoshi? So I believe, other than that, we would like to request, the other, individuals that are present here to kindly please, leave. So again, it's 45 minutes, so at this time, I would like to request for a motion to go into executive session. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claude. And could we take a roll call vote to go into executive session for 45 minutes?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for entering into executive session for receiving reports 5B. Honorable Shauna and Cloud, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna and Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
All get recognized, votes for it.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Great.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, we will go into executive session for 45 minutes, starting at 3:12 PM. And we'll be getting out at what, 3:12?
Close to 4.
Close to 4. We'll post that for 45 minutes from 3:12. Okay.
Mike?
Again, thank you. We are exiting out of executive session. So if I can get a motion to exit. Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw. And Rodney, can we take a roll call vote to exit out of executive session?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for exiting out of executive session for items 5D at 4:10 PM. Honorable Shannon Cloud, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Olga Ricknez, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ottosa, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Ottosa votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, we exit and going back to the main motion of accepting the report. May I get a motion to accept the report?
Motion.
Honorable Claude, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Otto. Rodney, can we take roll call vote to accept the report from Department of Minerals?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports. Item 5D, Honorable Shannon Cloud, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Olga Ricknez, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ottosa, how do you vote?
Green.
Ottosa votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that motion carries to accepting the report. Going on to item number 6, old business, we have none. Going on to item number 7, new business, letter A, approving to change the location of the Resources Development Committee's regular meeting on Wednesday, May the 8th, 2024 at 10 a.m. from the Window Rock, Arizona area to the Lachi'i chapter near Page, Arizona, subject to change. Now, just real quickly, we did have a dialogue. President signed the legislation into law. So RDC meetings will start happening on Mondays with the exception of what we want to do is this coming week on Monday, which is May the 6th. We've already had Intech meeting scheduled and the board of directors had already planned on flying in that day to meet with Resources and Development Committee. So with that, we want to still accommodate that obligation that we've set weeks ago via a approved RDC meeting. So with that, we want to change the meeting locally here to Tuesday, May the 7th at 10 a.m. to the Window Rock location. So members of the committee, that's the change that I would need. So at this time, may I get a motion? Vice Chair Johnson and Honorable Otto.
Yes.
Honorable Otto.
Thank you. I think that,
Listen.
for our, first meeting, we're already gonna move it.
Special meeting.
Yeah, and I know, but, I think that, it is good and to allow the special meeting, the special meeting to fall in, I think we're saying, Tuesday, correct?
Yes.
Tuesday at 10, and then we're gonna move that back here to Window Rock, correct?
Yes.
So that's also wanted to, just reiterate and make sure that, and I'm gonna make that amendment to change the date to, May 7th at 10 a.m. in Window Rock. That's my motion.
Hakushi, so thank you for that, Shiaj, Honorable Otto. So again, it's going to be a special Resources Development Committee meeting scheduled for Tuesday, May the 7th at 10 a.m. Here at the Window Rock, Arizona area. So that is the amendment to that Honorable Otto had made. So any other, do we need to vote on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so right now, if we could take a vote on this, Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for items 7A on approving a special meeting for the Resource and Development Committee for Tuesday, May 7th at 10 a.m. here in the Window Rock area. Honorable Shannon Cloud, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Olga Ricknez, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ottosa, how do you vote?
Great.
Ottosa votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, great. So we do have a special RDC meeting next Tuesday on May 7th, 10 a.m. here at in the Window Rock area, most likely here at NDOT. Going on, motion carries. Number 8, close the meeting. Do we have any announcements at this time? Okay, with that, I'd like to go ahead and call for adjournment. May I get a motion? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? Honorable Claw. Any questions to adjournment? Going once, twice? Okay, Rodney, could you please take roll call vote for adjourn?
Madam Chair, members, I've already seen this as roll call vote for adjournment at 4:15. Honorable Shannon Clark, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Clark votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, there's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, great. So with that, we adjourn at 4:15 PM. And again, thank you everyone for being here and to my colleagues and our legislative staff. So we still have more tasks outlined for us to schedule more meetings.